Hello, Dinesh sir. Hello.
Very good evening, participants. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Matilda ma'am, Balamurugan sir.
Sir, am
I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You're audible, sir.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Participants, இன்னைக்கு like 19th day. நம்ம ஒரு 19 டேஸாக ஒரு நிறையா விஷயங்கள் நீங்கள் புதுசாக லேர்ன் பண்ணியிருப்பீங்க. லைக் சைபர் செக்யூரிட்டி, எத்திக்கல் ஹேக்கிங், அது ரிலேட்டடாக நிறையா பண்ணோம். லைக் இன்னைக்கு செஷன் பார்த்தோம் அப்படின்னா நம்ம ஒரு சில ஈவெண்ட்ஸ் கொடுத்துருந்தோம், லைக் அசைன்மெண்ட்ஸ் கொடுத்துருந்தோம். அதுக்கு நிறைய பேர் வந்து அதுக்கு ரிப்ளை பேக் பண்ணியிருந்தீங்க. ஸோ இன்னைக்கு அவங்க அந்தந்த பர்சன்ஸ் வந்து தே ஆர் கோயிங் டு ப்ரெசென்ட் ஃபார் சம், அவங்க எவ்வளோ ப்ரெசன்டேஷன் ப்ரிப்பேர் பண்ணியிருக்காங்களோ தே கேன் டேக் தேர் ஓன் டைம். ஸோ அதை அவங்க ப்ரெசென்ட் பண்ண போகிறாங்க. அதுக்கு இப்போ எவால்வேட் பண்ணுறதுக்கு வந்து டாக்டர் மெட்டில்டா மேம் அண்ட் தென் மிஸ்டர் பாலமுருகன் சார், இவங்க ரெண்டு பேரும் ஜட்ஜ் ஃப்ரம் பாரதியார் யூனிவர்சிட்டி. ஸோ இன்னைக்கு இதோட ரிசல்ட் வந்து நாளைக்கு உங்களுக்கு பப்ளிஷ் பண்ணுவாங்க. ஸோ நாளைக்கு வந்து வேலிடேட்டரி ஃபங்க்ஷன். ஸோ நாளைக்கு வந்து ஒரு 1 hour ஈவெண்ட் இருக்கும். ஸோ எல்லாருமே அட்டன் பண்ணுங்கள். லைக் நாளைக்கு வந்து ஒரு இன்னைக்கு முடித்தோன்னே ஒரு கொஸ்டின், ஒரு எம்சிக்யூ கொஸ்டின்ஸோட லிங்க் வந்து உங்களோட டெலகிராமில் இருக்கும். ஸோ டெலகிராமில் இதில் இருக்க பார்ட்டிசிபெண்ட்ஸ் யாராவது இல்லைன்னா ஜஸ்ட்டு ஜாயின் பண்ணிக்கிங்க. பாரதியார் யூனிவர்சிட்டி BUHT சைபர் செக்யூரிட்டி 2021 டெலகிராமில் டைப் பண்ணுங்கள். நீங்கள் அந்த லிங்க்கில் ஜாயின் பண்ணுங்கள். அப்படி இல்லைன்னா ஐ போஸ்ட் அ டெலகிராம் லிங்க். ஸோ டெலகிராமில் எல்லாமே அப்டேட்ஸ் எல்லாம் அதில் தான், ஈவன் சர்டிஃபிகேட்ஸோட அப்டேட்ஸ் எல்லாமே அதில் தான் இருக்கும். ஸோ வித்தின் அ வீக் உங்களுக்கு சர்டிஃபிகேட் ரிசீவ் ஆகிடும். ஸோ நாளைக்கு ஃபைனல் ஃபீட்பேக் இருக்கும். லைக் இந்த 20 டேஸோட ஒரு ஓவரால் ஃபீட்பேக் நீங்கள் கொடுக்குற மாதிரி இருக்கும். அண்ட் தென் இன்னைக்கு வந்து நீங்கள் கொஸ்டின் ஆன்சரிங், லைக் ஒரு எம்சிக்யூ ஒரு கூகுள் ஃபார்ம்ஸ் நான் உங்களுக்கு சாட்டில் வந்து டைப் பண்ணிடுறேன். ஸோ அந்த லிங்க்கில் இன்னைக்கும் நாளைக்கும் யார் யாரெல்லாம் நீங்கள் அதை ஃபுல்லாக ஃபில் பண்ணுறீங்களோ அது ப்ளஸ் வந்து நீங்கள் அட்டன் பண்ண அந்த டேஸோட கவுண்ட். ஸோ இந்த இதுதான் வந்து உங்களுக்கு கன்சிடர் பண்ணுறோம். அட்டண்டன்ஸ்க்கு. ஸோ அவங்களுக்கு தான் வந்து சர்டிஃபிகேட்ஸ். ஸோ அதனால் இன்றைக்கும் நாளைக்கும் இருக்க ஃபார்ம்ஸை வந்து எல்லாருமே ஃபில் பண்ணுற மாதிரி பார்த்துக்குங்க. இன்றைக்கி டெஸ்ட் இருக்கும், நாளைக்கு வந்து ஃபீட்பேக் இருக்கும். ஸோ நவ் பார்ட்டிசிபென்ட்ஸ் தே ஆர் கோயிங் டு ப்ரெசென்ட். அதுக்கு வந்து வேலிடேட் பண்ணுறதுக்கு 2 ஸ்டாஃப்ஸ் இருக்காங்க. ஸோ வில் கால் அப்பான் த நேம்ஸ் லைக் ஒன் பை ஒன். த 5 கேண்டிடேட்ஸ் இருக்காங்க. ஸோ ஃபர்ஸ்ட் வில் கால் விவேகா எஸ் ஃப்ரம் கேஜி கேஸ். விவேகா இருக்கீங்களா?
Sir, yes, sir. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Like you can present if screen irundhudu, you can share your screen and you can present your screen,
sure,
and you can explain.
Sure,
Thank you.
sir. Thank you, sir.
Balamurugan sir, Matilda ma'am, like neenga if suggestions neenga sollaam, like you can verify like enna idu pandranga nu paathittu neenga mark idu pannikinga sir. Thank you.
Sir, is my screen?
Yeah, visible irukku ma'am.
Okay.
Sir, Dinesh sir.
Sir, yes sir.
Sir, I will give a ghost permission to Matilda madam and Balamurugan. I am leaving soon.
Okay sir, okay. Thank you sir.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Sir.
Okay, thank you.
Sir, shall I start, sir? Sir, am I audible, sir? Sir?
Yeah, you are audible. You can proceed.
Okay, sir.
It's okay. First okay.
A warm noon to one and all present here. I am Viveka, student of KG College of Arts and Science, Coimbatore. I am very glad to present here. I thank to Bharatiyar University for giving me this the opportunity. I learned many basic knowledges about cybercrime and securities which was taken in my real lifetime from this 20 days webinar. Thank you so much, ma'am and sir, for taking these classes. Now, I'm going to take what is meant by cyber security. The term cyber security is used to refer to the security offered through online services to protect your online information. Cyber security is a security to save our online informations. சைபர் செக்யூரிட்டி அப்படிங்கிறது எதுவும் இல்லை, நம்மளோட ஆன்லைன் இன்ஃபர்மேஷன்ஸை ஆன்லைன்ல செக்யூரிட்டியா ப்ரொடெக்டா வச்சுக்கிறதுக்கு நம்ம யூஸ் பண்ற ஒரு மெத்தட் தான் சைபர் செக்யூரிட்டி. நெக்ஸ்ட், with an increasing amount of people getting connected to internet, the security threats that has massive harms are increasing also. When amount of peoples increasing in our world, as the amount of crimes are increasing, அப்படின்னா நம்ம எந்த அளவுக்கு அமௌண்ட் ஆஃப் பீப்புள்ஸ், அதாவது மக்கள் தொகை வந்து அதிகமாக ஆக நம்மளோட வேர்ல்டுல சைபர் கிரைம்ஸும் அதிகமாயிட்டே வருது. பிகாஸ் வேர்ல்ட்ல நிறைய பீப்புள்ஸ் இருக்காங்க, அதனால அவங்க வந்து எவ்வளோ நாலேஜஸா இருக்காங்கங்கிறத இதை வச்சு நம்ம தெரிஞ்சுக்கலாம். அடுத்தது, வாட் இஸ் சைபர் கிரைம்? சைபர் கிரைம் அப்படிங்கிறது இந்த பாஸ்ட்ல ஃபர்ஸ்ட் பல பிஃபோர் த டிஜிட்டல் டெக்னாலஜி இன் த பாஸ்ட் சைபர் கிரைம் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் அப்படின்னா சைபர் கிரைம்னா கணினி குற்றம். அடுத்தது கம்ப்யூட்டர் ரிலேட்டட் கிரைம் அப்படின்னா கணினி தொடர்புடைய குற்றம். தென் கிரைம் பை கம்ப்யூட்டர்ஸ் அப்படின்னா கணினி மூலம் குற்றம். கணினியில என்னென்ன குற்றம்லாம் இருக்கு, கம்ப்யூட்டர்ஸ்ல என்னென்ன அஃபெக்ட்ஸ்லாம் இருக்கு, அண்ட் டிஸ்அட்வான்டேஜஸ்னு ஒண்ணு இருந்தா அதுல கண்டிப்பா டிஸ்அட்வான்டேஜஸ்னு ஒண்ணு இருக்கும். ஸோ அந்த மாதிரி அதே மாதிரிதான் அதெல்லாம் பாஸ்ட்ல இருந்தது. இப்போ பிரசன்ட்ல என்னன்னா டிஜிட்டல் டெக்னாலஜி. இதுதான் இப்போ வந்து நம்ம வேர்ல்ட்ல ஃபர்ஸ்டா இருக்கிறது டிஜிட்டல் டெக்னாலஜி. ஹை டெக்னாலஜி அப்படின்னா உயர் தொழில்நுட்பம். In spreading of digital technologiesல high technology, உயர் தொழில்நுட்பம், இது வந்து ஒரு மெயின் பாயிண்டா இருக்கு. அண்ட் இன்ஃபர்மேஷன் ஏஜ், தகவல் வயது, அதாவது நமக்கு என்ன வேணும்னாலும் இன்ஃபர்மேஷன் அப்படிங்கிறது ரொம்ப முக்கியம். ஸோ இதுதான் நம்மளோட ஃபர்ஸ்ட் பிளேஸ்ல இருக்கிற, இந்த ரெண்டும் தான் நம்ம ஃபர்ஸ்ட் பிளேஸ்ல இருக்கு. அண்ட் ஆல்சோ இன்டர்நெட் brought other new terms like cyber crime and net crime. இப்போ வந்து நம்ம இன்டர்நெட்ஸ்ல அதனால கூட சைபர் கிரைம்ஸ் அண்ட் சைபர் செக்யூரிட்டி அண்ட் நெட் கிரைம்ஸ் இதெல்லாம் நம்ம கொண்டு வந்திருக்கோம். தென் அதர் ஃபார்ம்ஸ் இன்க்ளூட், இது மட்டும் இல்லாம டிஜிட்டல், எலக்ட்ரானிக், விர்ச்சுவல், ஐடி, ஹைடெக் அண்ட் டெக்னாலஜி எனபிள் கிரைம். இந்த மாதிரி நிறைய டிஜிட்டல்ல, எலக்ட்ரானிக்ஸ்ல, கரண்ட்ல, அப்புறம் விர்ச்சுவல் பார்க்க முடியாத இடத்துல, ஐடில, ஹைடெக் தொழில்நுட்பம் இருக்கு, எல்லாத்துலயுமே சைபர் கிரைம்ஸ் இருக்கு. பட் நாம வந்து அதை வந்து கண்டுபிடிச்சு எல்லாமே கொஞ்சம் லெஸ் பண்ணிக்கலாம். அதனால கொஞ்சம் இது வந்து ஃபர்ஸ்ட்ல இருக்குன்னு நம்ம சொல்றோம். First, then history. The first recorded cybercrime was recorded in the year 1820. First crime வந்து 1820ல தான் ரெக்கார்ட் ஆயிருக்கு. The first spam email took place in 1978 when it was sent over the ARPANET. First spam email வந்து 1978ல தான் சென்ட் ஆயிருக்கு over the ARPANETல. The first virus was installed on an Apple computer in 1982. Meaning of the word cyber. First, என்ன சைபர்னா என்ன? சைபர் செக்யூரிட்டி சொல்றோம், சைபர் கிரைம், சைபர் லா, எவ்வளவோ இருக்கு. நம்ம வந்து ஃபர்ஸ்ட் சைபர்னா என்ன? இட் இஸ் அ கம்பைனிங் ஃபார்ம். இட் இஸ் அ கம்பைனிங் ஆர் கலெக்ஷன் ஆஃப் இன்ஃபர்மேஷன் டெக்னாலஜி, இன்டர்நெட் அண்ட் விர்ச்சுவல் ரியாலிட்டி. இதெல்லாம் கலந்தது, ஒரு கலந்த கலவை தான் வந்து நம்ம சைபர் அப்படின்னு சொல்றோம். இன்ஃபர்மேஷன் டெக்னாலஜி அப்படின்னா தொழில்நுட்பம். இன்டர்நெட்னா இணையம். விர்ச்சுவல் ரியாலிட்டி மெய்நிகர் உண்மைகள், இதையெல்லாம் சேர்ந்ததுதான் சைபர். நீட் ஆஃப் சைபர் செக்யூரிட்டி. Cyber security is necessary since it helps in securing data from threats such as data theft or misuse. Also safeguard your சிஸ்டம் ஃப்ரம் வைரஸ். சைபர் செக்யூரிட்டி அப்படிங்கிறது ஒரு நெசசரி இம்பார்ட்டன்டான ஒரு விஷயமா இந்த வேர்ல்டுல இப்போ கருதப்படுது. இது வந்து எதுக்கு யூஸ் பண்றோம் அப்படின்னா, டேட்டாஸை திருடாம இருக்கிறக்கும், அதை வந்து மிஸ்யூஸ் பண்ணாம இருக்கிறக்கும், அண்ட் வைரஸஸ் வந்து நம்ம சிஸ்டமை அட்டாக் பண்ணாம இருக்கிறக்கும் இந்த சைபர் செக்யூரிட்டி அப்படிங்கறத நம்ம யூஸ் பண்றோம். நமக்கு வந்து சைபர் செக்யூரிட்டிங்கிறது ஒரு சின்ன பார்ட் மட்டும் இல்ல, அது வந்து ஒரு பெரிய கடல்னு கூட சொல்லலாம். அதுல வந்து வைரஸ், ஹேக்கர்ஸ், மால்வேர், ட்ரோஜன் ஹார்சஸ், பாஸ்வேர்ட் கிராக்கிங், இந்த மாதிரி இன்னும் எவ்வளவோ இருக்கு. நான் இது பேசிக்கானது மட்டும் கொஞ்சம் சொல்லியிருக்கேன். First, viruses and worms. A virus is a program that is loaded onto your computer without your knowledge and runs against your wishes. ஒரு வைரஸ் அப்படிங்கிறது ஒரு ப்ரோக்ராம், இட்ஸ் a type of program, right? அது எப்படி இருக்கும்னா பார்க்க முடியாது. ஆனா ப்ரோக்ராம் இஸ் லோடட் onto your computer. அது வந்து கம்ப்யூட்டர்ல லோட் ஆகும். எப்படின்னா நமக்கு தெரியாமையே அது லோட் ஆகும். அண்ட் அது வந்து எல்லா ஐட்டம்ஸையும் டெலீட் பண்ணிடும். அது ரன்ஸ் எகெயின்ஸ்ட், நாம என்ன நினைக்கிறோமோ அதுக்கு எகெயின்ஸ்டா தான் அது வந்து நம்மளுக்கு வந்து ஒர்க் பண்ணும். அண்ட் ஆல்சோ இட் டீடைல்ஸ் த டெலீட் த ஐட்டம்ஸ் அண்ட் வென் த வைரஸ். அண்ட் இன்னொன்னு, வைரஸ் வந்து எப்போ அட்டாக் ஆகுதோ அப்ப வந்து நம்ம ஈஸியா உங்களை வந்து ஹேக் பண்ணிக்கலாம் அப்படின்னு இதுல சொல்றாங்க. இதுல இருந்து நம்ம தப்பிக்கவே முடியாது. ஆனா நிச்சயம் எல்லாத்துக்குமே ஒரு சொல்யூஷன் இருக்கும். சோ அத வந்து நம்ம சர்ச் பண்ணா, இன்ஸ்டால் எ செக்யூரிட்டி ஷூட் that protects the computer against threats such as viruses and worms. We are having the solution. என்னன்னா, to protect our virus, to protect our computers in our virus. அதுக்கு வந்து நிறைய இது இருக்கு. என்னன்னா, செக்யூரிட்டி ஷூட் சொல்லலாம், அண்ட் ஆன்டிவைரஸ். இது எல்லாமே நம்மளோட சிஸ்டம்ல நம்ம போட்டிருந்தா அப்ப வந்து வைரஸ் வராம நம்ம தடுத்துக்கலாம். இன்னொன்னு, நம்ம எப்போ வந்து பென் டிரைவ் ஆர் டேட்டா கேபிள்ஸ் எது செக் பண்ணாலும், எதுவும் நம்ம சிஸ்டம் கூட கனெக்ட் பண்ணாலும் நம்ம வந்து ஃபர்ஸ்ட் வைரஸஸ் அதுல இருந்தா அதை டெலீட் பண்ணிட்டு தான் நம்ம மேற்கொண்டு அதை வந்து ஒர்க் பண்ணவே ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணணும். அப்படி இல்லைன்னா அந்த சிஸ்டம்ல எதுவுமே இல்லைனாலும் நம்ம ஃபோன் ஆர் டேட்டா கேபிள்ஸ் ஆர் ஓடிஜி பின்ஸ் ஆர் பென் டிரைவ் இதுல எல்லாம் இருந்து சீக்கிரமா நம்ம சிஸ்டம்க்கு வைரஸ் அட்டாக் ஆக சான்சஸ் நிறைய இருக்கு. அடுத்தது, செக்யூரிங் பாஸ்வேர்ட். யூஸ் ஆல்வேஸ் ஸ்ட்ராங் பாஸ்வேர்டு. எப்பவுமே நம்ம ஒரு ஸ்ட்ராங் பாஸ்வேர்ட் தான் யூஸ் பண்ணணும். அடுத்தது, நெவர் யூஸ் சேம் பாஸ்வேர்ட். எப்பவுமே எதுக்குமே டிஃப்ரெண்ட் பாஸ்வேர்ட்ஸ் கொடுங்க. ஒரே பாஸ்வேர்டை 2-3 சைட்ஸ்க்கு கொடுக்காதீங்க. அப்ப வந்து ஈஸியா ஹேக்கர்ஸ் வந்து ஈஸியா அட்டாக் பண்ணிக்க முடியும். அது மட்டும் இல்லாம உங்களோட பாஸ்வேர்ட் வந்து பர்த் டேட்டு ஆர் நேட்டிவ் பிளேஸ் இந்த மாதிரி ஈஸியா ஃபைண்ட் பண்றதை நீங்க எப்பவுமே வச்சுக்காதீங்க. பிகாஸ் அது வந்து ஈஸியா ஹேக் பண்ண முடியும். அண்ட் சேஃப்டி டிப்ஸ். யூஸ் ஆன்டிவைரஸ் சாஃப்ட்வேர்ஸ். ஆன்டிவைரஸ் சாஃப்ட்வேர்ஸ் தான் எப்பவுமே யூஸ் பண்ணணும். அதான் ஆன்டிவைரஸ் சாஃப்ட்வேர்ஸ் போட்டா நமக்கு வந்து வைரஸ் வந்து சீக்கிரம் அட்டாக் ஆகாது. அடுத்தது, இன்சர்ட் ஃபயர் வால்ஸ், பாப்அப் பிளாக்கர்ஸ். அன்இன்ஸ்டால் நெசசரி சாஃப்ட்வேர். நம்மளுக்கு நெசசரி சாஃப்ட்வேர்ஸ் நம்ம வச்சிருந்தாவே ஈஸியா அதுல இருந்து ஹேக் பண்ணிக்க முடியும். பிகாஸ் இப்பெல்லாம் எந்த சாஃப்ட்வேர்ஸ் எந்த ஆப்ஸ் எடுத்தாலும் அதுல நிறைய அட்வர்டைஸ்மெண்ட்லாம் நிறைய வருது. அது மூலியமா கூட சில பேர் ஹேக் பண்றாங்க. மெயின்டைன் பேக்கப். செக் செக்யூரிட்டி செட்டிங்ஸ். எப்பவுமே செட்டிங்ஸ்ல வந்து கரெக்டா இருக்கா, எப்படி இருக்கு, என்ன எல்லாமே செக் பண்ணுங்க. அப்பப்ப செக் பண்ணுங்க. யூஸ் செக்யூர் கனெக்ஷன்ஸ். எப்பவுமே ஒரு கனெக்ஷன் வைஃபை இருக்கு, ஈஸி பாஸ்வேர்டு இருக்கு அப்படின்னா டக்குன்னு அதை போட்டு நீங்க வந்து வைஃபை கனெக்ட் பண்ணிக்காதீங்க, எங்கேயா இருந்தாலும் சரி. அப்ப வந்து நம்ம வைஃபை கனெக்ட் பண்ணிட்டு நம்மளோட டீட்டெயில்ஸ் அவங்க ஈஸியா எடுக்க வாய்ப்பு இருக்கு. ஓப்பன் அட்டாச்மெண்ட் கேர்ஃபுல்லி. அதாவது எப்பவுமே ஒரு ஆன்லைன்லயும் சரி, ஒரு வெப்சைட்லயும் சரி, நீங்க அப்ளிகேஷன் ஃபில் பண்றேன் அப்படின்னா அங்க வந்து இருக்கிற பிரைவசிஸ, குக்கீஸ், இது எல்லாமே கரெக்டா இருக்கா, இது ஓகேவா அப்படின்னு சொல்லி நம்ம செக் பண்ணி ரீட் பண்ணக்கு அப்புறம் தான் நம்ம எதுவா இருந்தாலும் கொடுக்கணும். யூஸ் ஸ்ட்ராங் பாஸ்வேர்ட்ஸ். டோன்ட் கிவ் பர்சனல் இன்ஃபர்மேஷன் அன்லெஸ் ரெக்வயர்டு. ஸ்ட்ராங் பாஸ்வேர்ட்ஸ் யூஸ் பண்ணுங்க. அதே மாதிரி பர்சனல் இன்ஃபர்மேஷன்ஸ் இதை வந்து நீங்க மொபைல்ல, நோட் பேட்ல இதுல எல்லாம் டைப் பண்ணி வச்சிருக்காதீங்க. அக்கௌண்ட் நம்பர், மொபைல் நம்பர் அதெல்லாம் நோட் பேட்ல டைப் பண்ணி வைக்காதீங்க. இந்தியா ஸ்டாண்ட்ஸ் 10th in the cyber crime in the world. இந்தியா தான் 10th பிளேஸ்ல இருக்கு சைபர் கிரைம்ல. அப்போ எவ்வளோ இதா நம்ம இருக்கோம்னு நீங்களே பாருங்க. ஃபர்ஸ்ட்ல யூஎஸ்ஏ இருக்கு, அமெரிக்கா, சைனா, ஜெர்மன், பிரிட்டன், பிரேசில், ஸ்பெயின், இட்டாலி, பிரான்ஸ், டர்க்கி இதெல்லாம் இருந்தாலும் 10thலயே நம்ம இந்தியா இருக்கு அப்படிங்கறது இது கொஞ்சம் ரொம்ப வருத்தமான விஷயம் தான். சைபர் செக்யூரிட்டி இஸ் எவ்ரிஒன்ஸ் ரெஸ்பான்சிபிலிட்டி. சைபர் செக்யூரிட்டி வந்து நம்ம என்னதான் நம்ம தனியா இது பண்ணாலும் அது வந்து ஒரு கூட்டா நின்று பண்றதுக்காக இது ஒரு இதா தான் இருக்கணும். And also our personal details we should save. Personally details and address, don't save an address or account number in your mobile notes or notepads. I hope that my presentation will be helpful for my friends to improve this knowledge about cybersecurity and to overcome several security loopholes on their computer operations. And I thank our Coimbatore police stations and cyber law members who are taking the classes in our daily life. I thank you, sir and madam. I thank those who are taking 20 days webinar for us. Thank you so much, ma'am and sir. I hope this session is ended. But this is my beginning in my life. I will teach and learn many things in this session. I will sure that what I have learned in 20 days, I will aware many people. Thank you, ma'am, and thank you, sir. Sir? Sir, my audience.
Yeah, Viveka, you're audible enough.
I'm completed, ma'am.
Thank you, Viveka. It was a really very wonderful presentation. A good summary of all that you have learned in this 20-day session.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good. Keep it up. Your presentation was really very good. Fine. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Is my screen is visible, ma'am?
Yes, it is visible. You can just stop sharing it.
Okay. Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
So thank you,
So,
Viveka. Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, next shall I call the next person?
Thank
yes,
you.
sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. The next person, Sitender Gupta Kumar. Sitender Gupta Kumar. Sir, can you just share your screen?
Yeah,
Am I
just
audible?
yeah, you are.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Can you see my slide now, or can you hear me?
Sir?
Do you see my slide now?
Yeah, no, sir. Now I think it's visible. Hold on, sir. Let me check.
That is with the title Cybercrime and Digital Forensics.
Hold on, sir. Yeah, now it's visible.
Okay. Shall I start now?
Yeah, you can start.
Yeah. Actually, this presentation is a long presentation, but because of the time limit, I'll skip some of the slides and we'll try to add something which is not yet covered during this 20 days webinar. So I may skip some of the slides just to save time. So that is the coverage which I am going to cover during this presentation of mine. I'll start with the electronic crime scene investigation. Then I may skip the cybercrime because we have learned a lot about cybercrime during this 20 days webinar. I'll cover the digital forensics and digital forensics definitions. What is digital evidence? I'll skip the use case because it will take time, but that is a case where digital forensics was used to solve a crime. Then what is the digital forensic model? What are the processes involved under digital forensics and why we need it? And there are some other things like the various applications of digital forensics, what are the skills required to become a digital forensic investigator, etc. So I'm going to skip this slide. Yeah. So first of all, what is electronic crime scene and what is electronic crime scene investigation? The electronic crime scene is nothing, it's just like a real life crime scene. The difference only is we are dealing with the various computers or various electronic gadgets like computers, laptops, smartphones, etc. in or under electronic crime scene. That may contain some of the storage devices, that may contain some of the network devices like the modem, hubs, routers, etc. And we basically collect the digital evidences from the electronic crime scene just to present the fact in the court of law for further proceedings. Electronic crime scene investigation, which is also called as e-discovery, or it's a type of investigation where we explore the various digital evidences or information present and to be used as evidence in a litigation. I think someone's mic is on. Could you please turn off the mic? What is cybercrime? In short, cybercrime is a crime which is directed against a computer network. Crime where the computer contains evidences, the digital evidences. Crime where the computer used to commit the crime. So these are the three broad categories of cybercrime. I think someone's mic is on. Now, what is forensics? So once we know the forensic, we have to simply add the prefix digital just to come into our cybersecurity field. Forensic is basically the collection and analysis of evidences to establish fact against the crime. For example, somebody is killed by someone. So in that real life crime scene, we have to collect the various evidences, like we can see the fingerprints, we can find the weapons used to kill somebody, or maybe the blood spot, or maybe whatever. Just to collect them and to create a fact or to recreate the scene in the court of law for further legal proceedings. So once we add the digital as a prefix to the forensic word, that becomes digital forensic. It is something like where we use some scientifically derived methods for the presentation of digital evidences, the collection, the validation, identification, analysis, interpretation, documentation, and presentation. I'll cover all those terms in next slides. Prior to that, I just covered the brief history of digital forensic. The first PC was installed by Federal Bureau of Investigation, United States of America in 1980. And in 1984, the FBI Specialized Computer Analysis and Response Team, they had set up a digital forensic lab. In 1990, just after 6 years, the digital forensics grew, this term digital forensics grew substantially in its own field with the collaboration of several law agencies and heads of division working together. They came out of the FBI's office and they started collaborating with the other intelligence agencies, other law enforcement agencies to make it more wider term, the digital forensics. After 3 years, in 1993, the first conference on digital forensics was organized by FBI. And that was international conference. So that term now came into the existence in various countries and they started working on it. These are the branches of digital forensics on the left side, and on the right side I have divided the process into 4 components. That is the digital forensic process. So based on device, we can call it a computer forensics if we are dealing with the computers. Here, computer doesn't mean I'm talking about the PC or the laptop. Here, computer means any device which can compute, like the smartphone or also devices through which we can do many computations. Maybe the conversation, maybe the arithmetical operations or logical operations we can do. So computer forensics is where we deal with the computing devices. Once you come to the firewall forensics, it means we are talking about the various internal or external firewalls. It could be the Windows internal firewall. It could be some third-party firewall, which could be the hardware firewall, or which could be the third-party software firewall. If there is some cyber crime occurred, so that if you are dealing with using some special tools and techniques, we can call it a firewall forensics. If database is involved in some cyber crime, maybe database hacked, or maybe some database is compromised with some hacking organizations. In that case, we can call it a database forensics, where we use some forensic tool, digital forensic tool, to find out the actual issue and how to discover it. If we are dealing with the network devices, maybe live forensics, we call it network forensic. And nowadays, which is very popular, the mobile device forensics, mobile phones, because 80-90% now we are using mobile phones to access the data, to do the net banking for e-commerce, m-commerce. So if something has happened with your mobile phone and digital forensics is being done, so that will be called as mobile device forensics. This digital forensics can be divided into 4 major parts or steps, you can say. The first step is the seizure of the various devices, maybe the hard disk kit, maybe the computer, maybe the network routers, hubs. And then we create the forensic imaging. That is nothing, just to copy the data from the original hard disk kit to some other hard disk kit, because that is the first principle under the digital forensics, that we don't have to alter the data at all, because in court of law, we have to present the original devices as it is. So first of all, the data which is actually residing on any of these secondary storage device, maybe the pen drive or the internal hard disk kit of a PC, which was seized by the law enforcement agencies. So first we have to make the copy of that. To copy of that, we have a number of softwares like FTK, Imager, and WinLift sort of softwares through which you can do it. In case is also a software through which you can do it. And once the forensic image is made, digital media analysis done. That is basically a kind of analysis where we actually check what type of data is present there, how many files are deleted, what was inside the RAM, what was the network based data, which is you can say the compromise with the hacking tools. And then we after analysis, we just sort out the digital evidences which are actually required for that particular case. We explore it, and then we create a final report which is further presented in the court of law. These are various digital forensic devices. Like if you see the top one on the left side, that is basically a write blocker. So that we use to while copying the data from the original secondary store devices to the another secondary store device. So we just use it so that while copying, nothing is written on the original hard disk kit. So these are various devices which are used, various kind of cables, various kind of are used. Now, what is digital evidence? Digital evidence is a data that is recorded or preserved or any medium in or by a computer system or other similar digital device that can be read or understood by a person or a computer system or other similar device. It means the data, whatever we are collecting from the electronic crime scene, that must be in a format which can be understood by somebody else while presenting the same digital evidence in the court of law. Means a layman should be able to open that digital evidence. For example, if I'm having a file called .pb or .e01, so that is basically a kind of format which can not be easily understood by the normal people. For that, we need special software tools. So in that case, whenever we are collecting or whenever you are collecting or exploring the digital evidence, that must be in a particular format so that it can be opened on any other computer, anywhere, and can be understood by the viewers. So that is the digital evidence. These are the characteristics of digital evidences. I'll start with the third one because that is very important. Once you call the digital evidence, that is fragile. That is very much fragile. That can be easily altered, damaged, or destroyed. For example, I used the steganography technique just to hide some masses inside the image, and I sent it to some other member of my group who is stationed at some other location or some other country. So if the computer is seized by law enforcement agencies, if I get a chance, only 1 second or 2 seconds of time, I can simply delete that file. It will be deleted. Or I can simply change the content of that file, and it will change the whole file itself. I can remove the information which is stored inside that image file. So being a fragile, digital evidences are very sensitive to be handled. So that is the very first characteristic of digital evidence. Then I start with the admissible. The digital evidence must be compatible with all the common law and legislative rules, because the cyber laws are varying from country to country. If you are sitting in India, you are following the IT Act 2000 and IT Act amended Act 2008 or 14. Or if you go to cyber, the USA or Japan, you can get some variation, some differences between cyber laws. So wherever you are living, wherever this electronic crimes investigation is being done, we have to collect the evidence in that manner so that it could be accepted. It should be accepted by the court of law in that particular country. Authentic, that is the second characteristic. In linking data to specific individual and event. For example, I have a PC, and using my PC, I am sending a threat email to Mr. Dinesh, for example, and my computer is now seized, and law enforcement should take it over, and they started storing the evidences from my file, the date and time stamp, which software was used, what email ID was used, when I actually sent that threat email to Mr. Dinesh, or what router, what ISP, what dynamic or static IP I had used for doing this. So all those things, that is there. But apart from that information, which is actually linking to this crime which has happened, sending that email to the Mr. Dinesh. Apart from that, there are so many other files which are also stored on my laptop. So other data is not required at all. So the data or the digital evidence which we are actually exploring and producing in the court of law, that must be authentic in terms of that should be linked to some specific individuals and events. The rest of data is just discarded. Accurate, the digital evidence must be accurate. If you could not recreate the whole crime scene using the digital evidence in the court of law, there are a lot of chances that the court doesn't accept the digital evidence and the case is rejected or refused by the court of law. So it should be accurate, and it should be complete. Means, if, for example, if you have explored some digital evidence from a pen drive, so you have to produce that pen drive also in the court of law. And then the date and time stamp of that file you have to produce. I opened, for example, using the log files, I have created a crime scene. I opened my Windows, and then I opened Gmail, and I typed someone's email address, and then I sent that threat email. The sequence of steps which were used to create that or to commit that cybercrime, that must be in that rhythm. If there is something which is missing, for example, I say the data was the threat email which I sent to Mr. Dinesh, that was typed in MS Word first. So court may ask, where is that MS Word file? Just show it to us. And if there is no such file existing at that time, the piece of information is missing. In that case, you can say the complete story cannot, you can say the complete crime scene, it couldn't be done in the court of law. So court may refuse it. So it should be a complete digital evidence sequences. And then the person who is actually going to present all those things to the court of law, that must be very competent enough. He must be knowing everything, including cyber laws, so that they can convince the court for further proceedings. These are various examples where digital evidences are stored, like email, like the GPS systems, like various kind of digital audio and video files, maybe the Excel files, maybe the spreadsheets, where you can start finding some evidences related to a particular crime. There are two types of data. There are two types of digital evidences. One, that is the persistent data, or second is the volatile data. Once you talk about the volatile data, it is that data which is actually stored in your random access memory. For example, I am using my laptop at one of the railway station where I am connected to the free Wi-Fi being provided by that railway ministry at that particular railway station. So I'm doing something. I'm just trying to get connected or to hack somebody's maybe some bank account or so. So in that case, whatever I'm doing, I have opened some hacking software, and those hacking softwares are actually open or are working inside the RAM, or some of the registry file, or I am accessing some of the websites. So that data remains into the RAM, and once I turn off that laptop after committing a crime, that data goes off. So that is also a kind of evidence we have to collect through some using some softwares like RAM analyzer or so, or maybe in case of FTK. Second data which remains intact. For example, I typed something in MS Word, that is a threat email. I saved that file, and once I go to the go to that particular railway station and I open that Word file, I copy and paste the matter and I send that threat email. So that Word file, which is actually existing on my hard disk and which is still remain until unless I remove that. So we have to look for both the digital evidences during the electronic crime scene investigation. It should be, it could be the volatile or it could be non-volatile. These are the basic locations where from we can start collecting the digital evidences. It could be your internet history files. It could be temporary internet files, maybe the file sharing ability, or maybe the chat room records, etc. I'm skipping this use case one because it will take a lot of time. I come to this digital forensic process now, which I have divided into the 8 steps. But once we talk about the digital forensic process, that can be categorized into 4 major steps. But here I have divided those 4 steps into more number of steps. So we start with the identification, then the preservation, then collection, examination, analysis of digital evidences, interpretation, documentation, and the final presentation. I'm going to discuss all those steps now. First of all, what is identification? The identification is the process where we identify the various devices or the various, you can say the technologies or the techniques used to commit that crime. The first step in the forensic process is what evidence is present. Means a PC is present, or a smartphone is present, or a network device is present, or maybe a pen drive is present, something like that, or this thing. And where it is stored and how it is stored, whether it is encrypted file, or it is stored like a normal file, like a Word file, like a Excel file, or like a .mpg file, which is containing some secret messages inside. Second is the electronic stores, which can be, which could be your mobile phones, which could be your personal digital assistants, or the smart cars, USB type, pen drive, where those digital information can be stored and can be further retrieved for final presentation in the court. The type of information and the format of the file, these are also very important. For example, if we find a movie file, .mov file, so we must know .mov is a movie file, and that is not only a video file, that may also store some kind of confidential message inside. Means the video file or the audio file is working as a container. So these are the key parameters in identification. Once we could identify, these are some of the, you can see the graphical representation. The monitor could be a device, printer where the hard copy of some that threat email has been printed by me. So these are the various devices or the documents, cards, credit card cloning machines, maybe your fax machine. So these are various devices which we have to identify which may contain some of the electronic evidences. So in short, we can say where we can find the potential evidences. We can find the potential evidence in four commonly files. You can say user-created files, which may contain the Word file, Excel file, database file, .db file, MOV file, JPG file. User-protected files, where the file cannot be opened unless some password is applied. Maybe I can create a Word file. I can make it write protected. I can make it open protected. I can make it read only. You cannot open it, or you can alter the contents. There are so many mechanisms which I can apply to make that file protected from other users. So in that case, encryption standards, various kinds of encryption are actually applied to those files where I have stored some sensitive information. The user protected files are also important. Then computer created files. Computer created files are like the log files. Whatever we do, for example, if we open our laptop or PC, that starts creating a log file. Whatever we do, opening MS Word, typing something, copying, pasting, sending email, unless we switch off our PC or the laptop, every activity of our that is stored in that log file. So that log file can be retrieved to see the sequence of steps which I have used, maybe during committing that cybercrime, or maybe before that, or maybe after committing the crime. So computer created files are those files which computer generate. It could be the page file, it could be system files, it could be temporary internet files, and other data areas. Other data areas may include unallocated space or the slack space on hard disk that we know. In brief, I can say, for example, if we save a file on our hard disk and I delete it, actually the data is not deleted, that remains on the hard disk unless the same sector, same track or same cluster is overwritten by some other file. So that file is not visible to us. If you open my computer, we can see the folders, we can see the various files, but we cannot see those deleted files. But using some software like Incase or maybe the CDAC CyberCheck, Suite, etc., we can simply see that deleted file. So those data areas which are not visible easily, that can also be explored to find the potential evidences. This I have already explained. Address book, email, audio, video, calendar, internet, these are user-created files. These are compressed file, password-protected file, hidden files. These are user-protected files. These are computer-created files, the cookie, swap file, hidden file, history file, temporary files. And these are the other data areas where we can find the important digital evidences. These are various devices, the hardware, where we can also find some digital evidences, because those devices can be used to commit a crime, like smart card reader or the biometric scanners or the dongles, the hardware lock that we can explore. Let me skip some of the digital camera. It is also very important hardware now that can be used to take some images, and those images can be altered just to defamation of somebody. That can be used with the date and time stamps, etc. So that if we go to an electronic scene for investigation, we must take care of the digital cameras also, along with the other devices like fax machine or PC or the network devices, or maybe some handheld devices like the PDAs, like the electronic organizers, etc. These are network components which may also include or which may also contain some of the clue or some of the potential digital evidences. These are routers, hubs, switches, and LAN cards, etc. These can be used to find the MAC address. Then using the MAC address and the ISP, the static or dynamic IP, we can get the IP address and we can get the details of the ISP, and then we can start exploring the network for further digital evidences. These are removable storage devices which are not plugged actually inside the PC, which can be clubbed somewhere else using some wires or some Bluetooth or Wi-Fi sort of technology. Maybe the data can be found on the cloud. Scanners, miscellaneous electronic devices, the credit card skimmers, cell phone cloning equipments. These are the various hardware devices which can be analyzed for finding the digital evidences. Now, after identification, we have to preserve the data. Preserve of data is not the data. I'm talking about the preserving all the identified devices, maybe the computer, maybe the PC, maybe the hard disk kit, maybe the USB drive or network devices. Why we preserve them? Because I said the court of law can always ask to produce those original devices. In that case, the devices must not be compromised. And there are some techniques which hackers or which negative mindset people are using, like electromagnetic devices. If you have a very high electromagnetic devices with you, you simply go to a crime scene and just put it on your CD drive, on pen drive, or maybe the hard disk kit. That may create some disturbances in that electronic data, because that is very fragile. So just to preserve, or it is also fragile, so anybody can delete the files from those identified devices. So for that, we have to preserve them. So whenever electronic crime scene investigation is done, after identification, once all the devices and the data is seized, that is preserved in a isolated room, or you can say. And then the analysis part comes, where some softwares are used to analyze the whole data, and then the significance and the reconstruction of the fragments of data, and conclusion is done. It makes several iterations of examination and analysis to support a crime theory. This I have written because it may take a number of days, maybe 5 days, 6 days, 7 days, sometimes, depending upon the total capacity of the hard disk kit or the secondary storage device. For example, the hard disk kit is like 1 terabyte. That may take 5-6 days just to get the imaging done. Just making a duplicate copy of the original hard disk kit, that may take the number of days. So that is analysis is that part or step of the digital crime scene investigation, where patience is also required. Finally, whatever the digital evidence we collect, we have to document it, so that the document can be produced with the help of some law enforcement agencies and the legal advisors, or you can say the lawyers, so that they can start convincing the jury or the court of law for further legal proceedings to get somebody punished who have actually done that crime. This is the final presentation, which is done in the court. Once we do the presentation for electronic crime scene, in that case, we have to take care of a few things. First of all, those judges or the court, they are not tech-savvy people. So whatever the terms we are using in front of them, that should be very easy to be understand. Like we cannot speak in terms of the MD5 or SHA1, SHA2, or SSL or something like that, because those terms are difficult for them to understand. So whatever the document we are doing, whatever the presentation we are making in front of them, we have to use simple terms so that they can understand well. So that is the sequence: identification of devices, then preservation of devices, then extraction and analysis of data, and the documentation, and the final presentation in the court of law. That is the steps involved in the presentation. Now I'm skipping few of the slides because the time is very shorter. That we already know. These are the various software, or you can see the technologies we have already seen during this 20 days webinar, like Kali Linux, like Scene, ProDiscover, Incase, Cyber Suite, etc., etc. And now I'll show you one presentation which contains just 3-4 file formats, which were not covered as per my knowledge during this webinar. Just give me 1 second. Can you see the next slide, second presentation? Hello?
No, sir. It's not visible.
It's not visible. Just a second.
Okay.
Just a minute. I have to share again. my views. No, I think you can see the lateral formation. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because that is something which I didn't see during the past 18 days webinar. See, if we categorize, if we divide, if we, as a whole, if we see the cybercrime or cyber security, you can say whatever the term you use for it. See, first of all, that is, we have to take precaution so that none of the cybercrime occur. That is cyber security. And then the next thing, next step which comes, that is incident response. For example, if I am a member of incident response team of any organization, maybe Idea, Phone, or Tata or Reliance, I am sitting there, and somebody from outside is actually trying to crack our database, or maybe trying to steal some information. So that in that case, electronic, you can say incident response that comes. If we see network is being penetrated, then we have to immediately start stopping it so that it could not harm us, it could not delete, or it could not compromise our data. And once the crime is occurred, when the crime is done, then this electronic crime scene investigation part comes, where law enforcement agencies are also involved, because they also come with the legal authority to check that electronic crime scene, just to seize the devices, just to take those devices to their places for further analysis. And those devices may contain some other important information which belong to your organization or maybe an individual, apart from the digital evidences. So that their Privacy Act also comes. So electronic crime scene investigation, once it comes, after the crime is actually done. So these are some of the latter and the form formats which we actually use, or which electronic crime scene investigator company actually use. So I'll show you some of the documents. For example, we have to seize the devices. We have to see the identified devices. So in that case, there is a chain of custody letter format, which is actually sent to that company first, where from those electronic devices are actually being seized, including the data, which may be on a pen drive, maybe some printouts, maybe some credit cards which are found there, address books or smartphones, everything. So that is a letter which is sent to that company with the name and address, with the subject chain of custody. And along with this letter, there is one form which is also sent. In next slide, I'll show you that form. That is the form where your logo here means the logo of that company who is actually acting like an electronic crime scene investigator, which could be a law enforcement agency, or which could be government authorized companies. There are 8 organizations in India who are actually working as an electronic crime scene investigator, and your address. So that is the file where we have to write here the case name, the case number, and then the items like the hard disk kit, like
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
Just a second. Actually, the slide is not changing, sir. Sorry for the interruption. The slide is not changing.
Which side was watching at the moment?
Letter and form formats.
Okay. Just let me come back.
Okay, sir.
I'll start sharing once again so that. Cybercrime. Sorry, it is in the. Maybe now you can see it, but not, I think it's not in the full screen mode.
Yes, sir. The
I think it
PowerPoint, the window was completely visible.
Yeah, let me just complete because there are only 3-4 slides. I think
Oh.
like you can have an idea about it. So
Okay,
that
sir.
is
Okay, sir.
the
Fine.
along with that letter, the chain of custody letter format. You have to fill this letter and you have to send it to the organization where from you are actually taking all those devices. And this is the chain of custody form where you have to here you have to put your information. Your information means you. I treat that you are an electronic crime scene investigator company, maybe a government authorized firm who can do it, or maybe a purely government organization who is actually doing it, like CERT. So that is the logo and the address of that electronic scene crime investigator company. And this is the file format where we have to put the item like the hard disk, laptop, pen drive, etc., etc., and the date and time removed when that particular device was removed. Removed means taken from that electronic crime scene. And what was the reason of removal of evidence? So you have to simply write there some reason, like if I write hard disk kit, date and time of removal, 1st of September 2021, and reason for removal, contain stenography files, for example, and the signature. So that way you have to create a form. This is just a format that could be n number of pages, like 4 number of pages, 5 number of pages, whatever the number of pages you require, you can add. And then if you come to the down here, item, date and time return, comments and signature. So that you have to maintain for the recovery of the devices. And this is once you are giving it back to the company or the organization where from you have taken them. So you have to, again, item, hard disk kit, date and time of return, for example, 2nd of September 2021, comment, data was, forensic imaging was done, or forensic imaging was done partially, or the data was completely recovered, etc. And then the signature. So first of that, this particular form, custody form, comes along with the letter. Now we come to the third one. That is consent to sanitize media. This is basically because I think you cannot see the text in this font size. I'll just let you know, sanitized media means that the media, whatever the hard disk kit or pen drive or secondary store devices you have actually identified and you have taken into your custody, that may contain some other data also. So during the analysis part, there are chances that you can alter the data. You can delete some data which was required further, or you can say the organization may demand for that data which were not related to the crime scene or that particular cyber crime, but was very important for them. So if the data is destroyed, deleted, in that case, what you are going to do? That organization can put you can ask you to come in the court. They can file a case against you. So this is a consent form where it is written that the data may be deleted, may be altered during the imaging process. So that company organization that actually give consent to you, if it happens, some data is deleted, which was important to them, so you are actually safe. So that is a form, and this is very important because once I have seen the Intelligence Bureau, the IB, they had investigated a case in the month of April or so. So they were trying to get data retrieved from the mobile phone, which was received from a militant, from a terrorist in Kashmir. So because that is very important, you have to keep the original devices, original thing as it is. You cannot alter them at any cost, whether it took 6 months, 7 months, or it take years of time. You cannot alter the data. But during that imaging process, the data was deleted somehow. So that was a very typical case, though they handled it with some tricks and techniques, they could do it. But it is not possible for everybody. If you are into cyber crime, investigation. You cannot do it at your own every time. So you have to take care of taking these type of consent letters from the organizations. Now, let me show you one more thing. That is incoming evidence form. That is a file form. That is a format where you have to type the various evidences and its associated devices. For example, if I retrieve a MS Word file, so where from it actually came to us, from pen drive, from hard disk kit, from cloud, or from some other sources. For example, if we got a card, credit card, whether it was inserted in a card cloner machine, or whether it was found inside the locker, or it was inside the pocket of the victim or a person who was actually who is a suspect. So that everything you have to mention in this incoming evidence form. These are very important files because these are the file formats which you have to produce in the court. And nothing to worry about if that's more technical to you. This software, the cyber, the digital forensic software like NCase or that other software like CyberSuit, all those software give you that facility to create such kind of file formats, the file forms. You can automatically, you can get that case number, the device identification number, the hash value of that device, the hash value of the file itself. So everything is generated. And once you are creating a final document or report, whatever the files are required, those files are automatically appended. Using that software, you can click on append button and automatically the files will be selected from the 1 terabyte or 2 terabyte of hard disk kit, and that will be added to your report. So once you take the final printout, or once you finally copy to the CD or the pen drive, those files will automatically be extracted from the original hard disk kit, and that will be added to your final report. So those softwares help you a lot for these kind of form filling. So that is evidence disposition form. So let me stop here because I already took so much time. So these are the file formats which are very important to take care of. The incident response team also have the members from the they have the legal panel also, and the lawyers or the people who are into the cyber act and cyber laws. So they help you filling these kind of forms, and once it is done, then only you can proceed for the final presentation in the court of law. So that is all about which I wanted to share. I think this will help some of the participants here who are willing to become an electronic crime scene investigator. And there are a few other things which are also required along with the technical knowledge of the hardware and software. You must be a good analyzer. You must be having good analytical skills. You must be having very patience because I said it takes days of 5 days, 6 days, 7 days of time just to get the imaging done. So you must be having that much of patience. And obviously the technical information, technical knowledge is very much required. So that thing can make you a good electronic crime scene investigator. And I think this is sufficient. I can stop my screen sharing now. And I believe it will help all the participants here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Satyendra. That was really a very good presentation right there. And all those who have been participating in this seminar, this workshop, they have really gained a lot more information by the presentation you have provided today. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you for spending so much time and providing us with all these details. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Dinesh, can we go ahead with the next person?
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
So thank you, sir. Next person, like Harish. Harish, are there?
Yes, sir. I'm in, sir.
Harish from Park College.
Yes, sir. Okay. Sir, is my screen is visible?
Yeah, it's visible. You can proceed.
Okay, sir. Good evening to all. I am Harish. I am from the Department of Robotics and Automation Engineering. So, for the past 20 days, we have covered a lot of topics in cybersecurity and ethical hacking. So, we have enough knowledge and enough basic knowledge in cybersecurity and ethical hacking. So, I have decided to just make a change in that ended up because for the past 20 days, we have been in the field of computers, cybersecurity, and ethical hacking. So, let's see something new apart from the field of IT. So that's why I decided to take this topic about the robotics operating system and the few libraries and the methods they use to develop and deploy a robot. So in my presentation, we are going to see a few topics about robotic operating system. What is meant by robotic operating system, and the team who developed it, and the purpose of using the robotic operating system, and the difference between real and simulator robots, and the libraries used for the robotics communication like Opencv, OpenNI, and what is PCN, and all about it. So first is the difference between a normal PC ecosystem and a robotic ecosystem. We are using our computers in our day-to-day life. So we use a lot of operating systems like Windows, Linux, and Mac OS. So there's a difference between these regular operating systems and a robotic operating system. In a PC ecosystem, like for example, let's take our Windows operating system. We have application building blocks, and system software, and at last we use it in a hardware. But in a robotic ecosystem, we directly use the applications to the direct robotic softwares, and we will implement it in a hardware without any application building blocks or system software. So in the robotic ecosystem, we have just 3 steps. That's application and the robotic softwares, and the deployment in the hardware. So next is the robotic operating system. So what is a robotic operating system? It's a flexible framework for writing robotic software. So we use, for developing a normal mobile application or a website, we use a lot of IDEs like Visual Studio Code. We use a lot of IDEs like that. But for developing a robotic system in an industry, we use robotic operating system. So it's a flexible framework for writing robot softwares. Because we have came across that a lot of hackers use Linux softwares. Well, compared to the Windows or Mac OS, Linux is much preferred by the hackers and ethical hackers to perform hacking. Why? Because the Linux preformally have a lot of tools for ethical hacking, and there is no use of installing an additional tools like that. Additional tools in Linux. So the same like as robotic operating system, it has a lot of collection of tools, libraries, and frameworks that are required to develop a robotic system, an entire robotic system or a collaborative robotic system. All the libraries and the tools are pre-built in it. Okay. So just an overview of robotic operating system. It is a meta operating system for robots. So meta operating system is the high level operating system for the robots. The robot scientists or the robot specialists used to design on robots. So pros of the ROS is it's an open source. It is available for free and anyone can use it, and it runs on Linux too. And it supports various type of programming languages like C++, Python, Java, Lisp, and that it has a huge environmental support. And it is an agent-based nodes. Let's see in the next slide what is nodes. And it's a message passing stuff. We can publish, subscribe, and the service can be done remotely from anywhere around the world. And next one is The robotic operating system was found by Willow Garage. It's a robotics laboratory incubated in Stanford University. The professors and the specialists in the Willow Garage laboratories developed the robotic operating system in 2007 in Stanford Universities. So we may have a doubt. The people who are in the industries will use the only industrial people will use the robotic operating system or not. No, that's definitely not, because if you are a hobbyist and you want to play with robots or make robots for your own stuff, like you want to make your cleaning robot to clean your home, you can use it too. It's for everyone who is willing to develop a robotic system, and it has a multiple language support. We can use any kind of language that we are familiar with. It supports many programming languages. It supports Python, it supports C++, Java, C, and supports almost all the programming languages, and you can program it in the familiar language that is you are well known. And in this slide we can see a small diagram. In the right side we have a name Python node, and that transmits signal to the topic laser data. On the left side we have a C++ node, which indicates just a small mapping system. The robot scans its environment through a laser and maps its surroundings. So in the Python node on the right side of the screen, the language is written in the Python. So a laser is used to receive the informations around the robot and send it to the laser data, send it to a mini server or a mini computer named data. So this data is further transferred to a C++ node, where the language C++ is used to map the entire building or the entire surroundings of the robot. So from this we can clearly see that the robotic operating system supports many language and multiple language at a single time. So we might have a doubt on robot visualization. How a robot sees its environment and senses the objects around it. So there are few steps and few methods that's a robot that maximum amount of robots use to visualize its environment. A robot uses the data that is received from its sensors, and the sensors joins the robotic statements. So from that virtual map is built by the hardware that's used in the robot, and a debugger that makes 3D markers. So it's simple that if we have a lot of sensor data, the maps that built by the robot will be accurate. The more amount of data, the more precision it will be. On the next slide is the real and simulated robots. So now we have a idea about the robotic operating system and how a robot sees. So now we are going to see about real and simulated robots, the difference between real and simulated robots. So now we have all the required hardware and software for a robot. So for example, let's take a cleaning robot that used to clean our home. Let's consider it as an example. Now we have the hardware for making the robot, and the software, that is ROS, that used to program that robot. With that, we can't build a robot directly without simulation. So the purpose of using simulation is to reduce the error and to give a high value of precision. So if we directly implement the robot without a simulation, there will be a lot of errors and lot of losses in the side of capital and hardware. So if we use a simulation and run multiple tests on it, we will get a higher precision and higher result value. So it will be used for the real time. When we are implementing the simulation to a real time project, the errors that made by the robot will be minimized. For that, for simulating, we are using a few tools in the robotic operating system, names Gazebo, Stage, and the Robotic Simulator. Let's see clearly about it. So we are currently using 3 types of simulators. One is Gazebo, that's a full-featured 3D physics simulator. So it's a physics engine for the robots, which calculates the amount of length, weight, and the distance between two objects from the robot. And next one is a stage simulator. It's a simpler 2D simulator that can manage multiple robots and various sensors such as laser scanners. So it is like a mini map builder for the robot, which receives the data from the lasers and various sensors and creates a 2D map within itself. And the last one is the Robotic simulator. It is a full package simulation that drives a robot without a sensory feedback or any physics. So the gazebo and stages collects data from its surroundings, and the Robotic simulator is used to simulate the robot without any runtime data. The data gathered from the above softwares are used in this Robotic simulator to build a map and make the robot in motion. First one is real robots. We have saw simulated robots. Now we are going to see real robots. What are real robots? For example, here we can see a real robot named Turtle Robot. It's a low-cost personal robot kit with an open source software. Yeah, this Turtle Robot was built by the same Willow Garage Laboratories in the year of 2010 in November. With the Turtle Bot, we can able to build a robot that can drive around our houses, see in 3D, and have enough horsepower to create exciting applications. This principle is used in many of the home cleaning robots that we can buy in the market, like a Samsung vacuum robot or a Redmi's robot, which costs nearly 30,000, which is an automatic home cleaner robot. And next one is a Maxwell Robot. It is an immersive manipulator capable of operating human scale environment. This Maxwell Robot is capable of working in a human scale environment. The specialization of the Maxwell Robot is it has 5 degrees of freedom. The degrees of freedom is nothing but all the possible axes that a robot can move itself. So this Maxwell Robot can move around about five different angles at the same time. So it has 5 different degrees of freedom. Like it can tilt its heads and depth sensors and differential drive motor. It can move forward and backward. It can lift to up and down. It can stretch its arm from right to left. So like kind of we have 5 degrees of freedom. This robot is fully integrated with the open source ROS software development and allowing interportability and a large amount of existing softwares. This was built using an ROS framework that we have seen in the previous slides, and it supports a large amount of existing softwares. And the next one is the Pi robot. It was a successor of this Maxwell robot, which can capable of taking care of our pets and gardening our home plants and watering our plants and taking care of our pets. It's an advanced type of robotic system that is used in the real world. And next thing is the robot vision. Now we have shown the different types of robots and the robotics operating system. Now we are going to see the robot vision, how a robot sees its environment and what are the software that we use to make a robot to see. Now we have it's called 3 pillars of robot vision. So these 3 libraries are the main sources of the robot to see around its surroundings. First one is the Opencv library. Next one is Opencv, and the third one is Opencv, and the last one is PCL. It's called Point Cloud Library. Let's see briefly about these libraries. First one is the Opencv. It's a crossword platform. So Opencv is a platform which mainly focuses on the image processing, video capture, and analysis. So the main work of the Opencv library is to focus on image processing and capture videos and analyze it. And analyze based on the condition that we pre-program on the robot. And this library is the OpenNF, which is Open Natural Interaction. It's developed an NGO. It was developed as an NGO software project, mainly focused on voice and voice command recognition, hand gesture, and body tracking. So the Opencv mainly focuses on image processing and video capture, and the OpenNI mainly focus on hand gestures and body motion tracking. It tracks an object and tracks all the gestures made by the object in its surroundings.
So next one is the Opencv Library. So this is a 3D geometrical processing library which makes an entire 3D virtual map from the sensors that is used in the robot. This library contains various algorithms for filtering, featuring, and surface reconstruction and 3D realization model and object recognition and segmentation. So this is one of the most advanced and important library that can be used in a robot for its vision. It contains a lot of algorithms especially for filtering, feature estimation, surface reconstruction, and 3D realization. This 3D realization plays a main role in creating a virtual map around the robot from the data that is collected from its sensors. So that's my slide, and thank you, and I hope that you have gained some knowledge in the field of robot and robot sharing.
Robot operating system.
Thank you, Harish.
Thank you, ma'am.
Harish, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Next, Kalaivani M.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you can present, ma'am.
Okay, sir. Sir, my screen is visible, sir.
Yeah, it's visible. You can proceed.
Okay, sir. Good evening to all. நான் வந்து இப்போ 18 days வெபினார்ல நான் என்னெல்லாம் லேர்ன் பண்ணியிருக்கேன் அப்படிங்கிறத பற்றி தான் இந்த பிபிடி நான் வந்து ப்ரெசன்ட் பண்ணியிருக்கேன். ஸ்டார்டிங் ஐபி அண்ட் இட் டைப்ஸ். வாட் இஸ் ஐபி? IP address standard for Internet Protocol. It is an identifying number that is associated with a specific computer or computer network. இந்த ஐபி அட்ரஸ்ங்கிறது வந்து கம்ப்யூட்டர், மொபைல், ஆப்பிள் ஐஃபோன் இந்த மாதிரி எல்லா இதுலேயுமே இருக்கும். ஐபி அட்ரஸ் வந்து 4 types ஆஃப் ஐபி அட்ரஸ். இதில் வந்து நான் 2 தான் மென்ஷன் பண்ணியிருக்கேன். 4 types ஆஃப் ஐபி அட்ரஸ்: பிரைவேட் ஐபி, டைனமிக் ஐபி, ஸ்டாட்டிக் ஐபி, பப்ளிக் ஐபி. இப்படி 4 இருக்கு ஐபி அட்ரஸில். அதில் வந்து பிரைவேட் ஐபி அப்படிங்கிறது வந்து நான் இப்போ எக்ஸ்பிளைன் பண்ண போகிறேன். A private IP address is unique IP number assigned to every device that connects to your home internet network. Private IP-னா இப்போ நம்ம வீட்டில் இருக்க கம்ப்யூட்டர், மொபைல்ஸ் இந்த மாதிரி நெட்வொர்க் வந்து கனெக்ட் பண்ண ஈஸியாக இருக்கும். கம்ப்யூட்டர் அண்ட் மொபைல்ஸ்க்கு வந்து நெட்வொர்க் கனெக்ட் பண்ண இந்த ஐபி ப்ரைவேட் ஐபி வந்து யூஸ்ஃபுல்லாக இருக்குது. நெக்ஸ்ட் ஒன் டைனமிக் ஐபி. டைனமிக் ஐபி அட்ரஸ் ஆல்வேஸ் கீப் சேஞ்சிங். இந்த டைனமிக் ஐபி அட்ரஸ்ங்கிறது வந்து பிரைவேட் ஐபி அட்ரஸை விட சேஞ்சிங்காக இருக்கும். இது வந்து டெம்பரவரி அண்டர் அலோகேட் டு எ கனெக்ட்ஸ் டு த வெப். இந்த டைனமிக் ஐபி அலோகேட் பண்ணுற வெப் லிங்க்ல மட்டும்தான் இது வந்து ஒர்க் ஆகும். நெக்ஸ்ட் ஒன் ஃபயர்வால். Firewall in a computing, a firewall is a network security system that monitors and controls incoming and outgoing network traffic. Firewallங்கிறது வந்து கம்ப்யூட்டர்ல இருக்க செக்யூரிட்டி சிஸ்டம். இது வந்து மானிட்டர் எப்படி கண்ட்ரோல் பண்ணலாம், இன்கமிங் அவுட்கோயிங் நெட்வொர்க்கை எப்படி டிராஃபிக் பேஸ்ல பண்ணலாம் அப்படிங்கிறத பத்தி இந்த ஃபயர்வால் சொல்லுது. Established a barrier between a trusted network and untrusted work such as the internet. A firewall typically established. இந்த firewall வந்து barrier between 2 தான் இருக்கும், ட்ரஸ்டடும் அன்ட்ரஸ்ட். என்ன அங்கீகரிக்கப்பட்டது அப்படிங்கிற மாதிரி சொல்லலாம்.